Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Ace Investigations. Last time we got through the middle section of this, I don't know what we want to call this case, this like intergenerational case. In this museum of ice sculptures that somehow someone managed to recreate. I don't think that's a mystery we're planning on solving anytime soon. How did someone like perfectly recreate these sculptures? I know that, like, apparently pictures were taken, but you can't just look at pictures and be like, yes, I can make this sculpture perfectly. I don't know who made them. Did she make them? Maybe she did. But we're waiting for some teapot forensics to come back. That's where we left off on last time. And I was thinking of doing, like, a two-parter for this case, but I didn't want to risk it because these last bits always take forever, and it was already, like, 1 a.m. when I stopped last time. So we're doing it today. We'll probably get started on the next case as a result, but we'll definitely at least finish off this case today. Let's see if I was right in how long this ends up taking to do this last little bit. It's probably just this, like, interview. Maybe one or two more, but I don't know. If she's the final boss of this case, the final bosses always take forever. Test results to come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot. Oh shit. Well, I think that pretty much, I don't know, lock her up, because where else would the ubiquium be hiding if it's not her? Or, like, who else would do it if the ubiquium is inside that teapot? She's the only one that touches them. She goes on and on about how they're her favorite teapots. Just kind of dug her own grave here. They were. Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. It was pretty clear that they would probably be inside the teapots. Curse you, you'd better not think this means you beat me. I mean, I think it kind of does mean that I beat you. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. It's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. But I... Enough. Miss Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. She's supporting this behavior? She's just as bad as he is. But, Gavel... Oh, alright. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. Just Gavel, on the other hand. Now. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot? I had no idea there was anything like that in there. But perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas. You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you'd be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the ultimate cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly reasonable for you to know exactly how to make it. Oh, you're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself. Wouldn't it point to being a suicide attempt? Yeah, that part's still pretty puzzling too. Like, why the fuck was he trying to break into the statue? Did he want to lick it after all these years? Did he think they were the real thing or something? I don't think he could have. Pretty sure he was there when they melted. So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the infesticide ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it?
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening, I noticed my infesticide ultra was gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you.
Yeah, but how many people knew that she carries pharmaceuticals with her? Seems like you're the only one. That's true. And I didn't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Yeah, there was no fingerprints on the bottle, I believe. Dudes, it's clearly something you're not telling us. Why not just come clean, We all know you'd never hurt nobody for no reason. So...
Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender.
Can you blame me? We got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo.
You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras nor any security personnel.
That almost sounds like she's bragging that she's getting away with it.
If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here.
And I don't think she's joking. I mean, I kind of have to agree with her. Like, you have no security. You're the only person on duty. You don't even have a dedicated security guard. This place is kind of fucked.
And actually, it seems that Mr. Guster did in fact enter the gallery before it opened.
Sheesh. She's one tough cookie. She's a budget an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day.
And what technique might that be?
So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead.
A turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well.
Alright, let's run through this the old Thinkertron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then?
According to Mr. Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet his ice sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she...
Thank you, Fender.
I think I know exactly what I need to ask Miss Bound now.
Don't thank me. Thank you, Pops. Now, take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. I mean, you would think that she probably was the one that melted them, but she was also apparently the one that took like 1,000,000 pictures of those sculptures. She was obsessed by them. She said it was an accident, and maybe it was. Maybe she was just caught up in the moment taking pictures of them, but why was she in there at all in the first place?
Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best?
Yes, perhaps it might.
I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
Okay. I mean, I guess that kind of checks out.
Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me.
Judge Gavelle, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to bite back, Miss Bound.
This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found.
Perhaps we could refrain from the rhyming and the song in court, fake or otherwise.
Samson, I did what I had to do, to see that home was waiting here for you. How did you make it look so easy?
Edgeworth is not pleased. I'll say. I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound. Minus the singing, if you please. Hey Crafter, how's it going? You here for well, probably the finale of this case. We're gonna break her wide open.
Hold it!
You know, all that ubiquium that was in that teapot. She's trying to write off that she didn't do it, but I don't know who else could have. You managed this gallery by yourself, Miss Bound?
Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I had to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day after all.
So she really got the house back for him. So sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more.
Well, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson.
Hold it!
Al-Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Did you do them yourself?
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that. I didn't know she was an accomplished sculptress.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound.
Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance and gallery of song. A gallery of gaiety and candy all day long. That was the idea anyway.
And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers.
Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the etiquettes of the Goddess of Justice, and as such that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No, Samson he's innocent. That awful Prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He never hurt anybody.
Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? I bet she was responsible for both crimes. She got away scot-free over the last 20 years. We're gonna put her behind bars. Hopefully Mr. Tangaroa can get saved then. Did I miss a thing that we pressed? No, okay. That was it. These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago?
Yes. You certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. So the statues in the Winter Wing were just copies? And I didn't even get to see them before they melted.
No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means that Miss Bound is lying.
I know, it's such an awful shame. And after we went through the trouble to recreate them too.
Sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas, they're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that or I'll never get to the truth. Wait, weren't the ones from 18 years ago also melted? Or was that also a lie? Was that different statues that melted? Statues matching those made by the victim 18 years ago. I mean, they look like the statues from 18 years ago. Probably. Okay, so how do we prove that these are the same statues? Is able to create replicas for the Wind to Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Okay. So we're probably presenting here because that's apparently not the truth. Do we just present the statues? I don't remember what was different about them or why this would be the case. Is it because the strings are missing? But that doesn't really explain anything. Oh, is it because the strings are missing that's why they're not replicas? That could be it. No, okay, it's not this. It's not that simple. Maybe it's the sketch? Because we need to bring up the fact that the statues are the same. If that's our whole goal. Salt analysis conducted on the melted content. Oh, here we go. This is probably it. Salt, sugar, blood. Sugar composition matches that of sugar found in the pale blue liquid in Artie Frost's room 18 years ago. Sugar detected in fountain water also seems to be a match. Composition matches that of sugar found in the pale. Okay, this is probably it then. Yeah. They are the ones from 18 years ago because they have they're the sugar water. Because Artie created his statues out of, like, flavored water. Because it was like a sweets contest. So why would she have done the same thing? If they're copies, would she have really gone through the trouble to make flavored water that matches it perfectly? Doubt it. But they melted 18 years ago. So how are these the same ones? I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Ooh, I could probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's a sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet ends of their chemical makeup, no chance.
Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for those 18 long years. That sounds more ridiculous than her just making the statues again. Like, what's to say she did just make the same sugar water? Unless we're also saying that, like, we could tell the sugar is 18 years old or something. I don't know, does the sugar, like, age? Go stale? If you mix it in with water. I used to have, when I was a kid, my mom would buy me, like, those flavored waters. Not like the sparkling kind. Back then it was just water with flavoring in it. It tasted disgusting. But if you let those things sit even for as much as a week, they were even worse. So maybe. I don't know if it's just like the way that stuff was made back in like 2008, 9. But God, those things were terrible.
What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox. Yeah, but where would you get such an icebox? This is ridiculous.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound. Have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take it to mean that you admit to having hidden the flavored sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven I was the one who took those statues away.
So wait, you admit to knowing that they didn't melt?
And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get the truth.
I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
That's for us to decide, Miss Bound.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. Question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so? If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. I'm not sure I fully understand why he's so adamant on proving that she did it. Like, what would that... If it was her, why does it need to be her? What if it was someone else?
Hold it!
And what were you doing while you were waiting?
I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bob with Samson, you see. Bacon Bob? What kind of show was it?
It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets.
Whoa, that sounds awesome.
Hold the phone. Miles, you used to watch it? My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. Miss Bound passed in the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? Before the judging, so wouldn't that mean people were still possibly working on their creations? Because the competition would have probably been running. I don't see how she could have gone in. Because I don't think Mr. Frost left for any reason. I don't think it was. It can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says. Okay, so she had to go... She was upstairs in the living room. She would have also had to come, like, all the way down stairs again, right? Like, it's a long ways away. Would have been a lot of time. I don't know where she would have had to go to change the film. What is this theme? Like, what do you mean? What the case is about? So we came here to reminisce about his dad's last case 18 years ago. You know, the one that led to him getting killed in the courtroom. And he was like investigating a murder that happened during a confectionery competition held in this very building by some like TV celebrity, like a celebrity chef. And then during that, one of the contestants was killed and then left inside a chocolate pirate ship that was like one on display. So that body was found. That case was never really solved because the prosecutor, fucking his adoptive farmer Von Karma, made sure that he got his verdict, his guilty verdict. So that case was never properly solved, but now that chef is now wrongfully imprisoned. Fast forward 18 years later, we come here, Edgeworth and like his dad's partner, they come here, reminisce about the old case, and then like a very similar thing happens here. Someone almost dies to like a gas poison leak that apparently they caused themselves. Like they were trying to break into one of the statues that was in there and let out some gas, and it just led to like a whole chain of events. And now it's possible that this Judy person that we're interviewing, who was like the co-host of the show, may have caused both murders. There's a slight possibility. I think she might be actually responsible for both murders. Why? I'm not sure. Fortunately, no one actually died this case. I think that's a first. Someone did not die during a case in a Phoenix Wright game. Technically yes, but technically no. And I'm going to say technically no. It's a 0.5. I'll give it 0.5 murders. Why does the Ace Attorney have to have such a banger OST? Oh, you mean the music? Well, that makes more sense. I mean, it is good music. I don't know if this is one of the remix songs. That's the only thing. Can we... Are we able to adjust that from here? Oh, we are. Okay, yeah, so this is one of the arranged songs. There's like 3 or 4 of the songs in Investigations 2 that were remixed, and that's what this button does. Turns them on. Honestly, I can't tell which ones are remixed or not because it blends together so well, but it is good music. I would say it's not quite as good as like the cornered themes from the original trilogy. Even like the equivalent of cornered in this game, like we're building up to it. We're not quite at that part of the investigation here, but I don't know. I mean, it is good music. All the music's really good. It's like perfect. It reminds me of a couple other series I've played a little bit. I guess Professor Layton a little bit. I guess that's why their music blends so well together during the crossover. You find a song. Yeah, I don't know what this song would be called. It is on the it's on the whatchamacallit, it's on the jukebox mode, but I'd have to like leave the game to get there. And we'd have to go and find it. This song only plays during the interviews. When you're doing like the rebuttals. So maybe if you type in like Ace Investigations 2 rebuttal theme, you might find it. But it only plays during this portion.
Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so. I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have the time.
That's true. He would have been watching the foyer.
So changing the film in the camera is requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Is this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures?
No, it couldn't have been. He would have noticed, right?
It can't have been the moment she did it. Better listen carefully to what she says.
Hold it.
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes. I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in there?
Okay, so Samson is not in the hall during this part. Before she found the body, she could have easily dealt with the statues. Maybe. This would have been during judging, so the contestants probably aren't in their rooms. They're probably elsewhere, getting ready for the results. That means the whole lower level is probably free. Aside from whatever room Samson's in. It wouldn't be a lot of time, but it would be some time. No one's watching. No one's around. I think this is when she probably did it. Because, yeah, she found the body and all that, but, like, we don't know when she found the body. Or how much time between her changing the film and Tangaroa standing outside and the body actually being discovered. We don't know how much time is in between her.
Sounded the chocolate chip falling over after certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports.
Yeah, we know that, What's-Her-Face was in there during that. That would have been, whatever, Scone, Miss Scone. She was in that room. She took the chocolate. Yeah, I think this could be the time.
And Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Guster's room when you found the body? Yes, I'm fairly certain that was the case. He was judging each room in order and he liked to take his time. So the point at which she discovered Mr. Frost's body, was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures?
I think so.
This is when you remove the sculptures. But how would I have done that? By, even a great thief would have struggled to steal the sculptures around then, Mr. Edgeworth.
Really? Like, but before you found the body, everyone's in their rooms. No one's around. Maybe not.
Hold it.
just as you did today? Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
As a company included, I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours.
Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time?
Oh yeah. The Gregor was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and, I think he mentioned his saucer was cold.
His saucer was cold? Oh shit. This is when she did it. But this is after the police arrived. So how could she have done it? It would explain why the saucers were cold. I do remember that. But she brought up a good point before. How would she have stolen the sculptures when the police were here investigating? Let's go for it. This is it. I want to know how. Why does this happen every time? Why is like the least likely possibility, the one that makes the least amount of sense, always the correct answer? And yet I know it's the one it simultaneously makes the least amount of sense and the most amount of sense. Every time.
Miss Bound, I believe this is when you stole the sculptures.
I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room, right under everyone's noses?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting.
Please elaborate. There is no fucking way you're putting those sculptures on that cart. You know, see how big those sculptures are? You see how small that cart is? I don't believe it. And yet, it's going to be the answer. Just watch.
Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures and she did it by hiding them here.
It would have to be in the cart. Why else would the teacups been cold? Why would they be cold? Because she had to bring the cart into the ice room. Maybe someone was in there. Maybe someone saw her go in and thought, oh, someone's investigating that room. She's just bringing them tea. But then she makes up a story about how she keeps them cold because some guests like them cold. Take that! See? Told you. How? How are they in here?
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was merely inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
How does it fit in there? They're huge. They're like taller than a person. That cart is not very big. Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately. Thank you.
Who said anything about a serving cart?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead?
I'm suggesting Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures.
I guess? Sure. Take that. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I still think it's kind of ridiculous because... Well, okay. No, you know what? How would that have worked? So she was carrying around this with the tea on it. Unless what she did was she snuck in the serving tray, the serving cart, into that room. She already had this in that room. She then put the sculpture on this cart, on the trolley, then put the tablecloth over the box. That's the only way she could have done it. So at some point she would have had to sneak in the other cart. This was planned far in advance. It has to have been. And this is
the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago.
Oh yeah, there's the cart right there. Well, wait. Did she bring the cart back then? Or is... Yeah, is this a photo from... I can't remember. Is this the photo from before or now? No. I think that's the old photo. Maybe. That might be the photo from 18 years ago. But then, aren't those the glass cases right there? That the statues were in? So what glass case did she use to transport the statues on the cart? Are they like, is it like double layered? Is it like another glass case inside that glass case?
It would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room.
It just came with the house. Like, this house was sold and bought back, and like the cart was just there the whole time. Someone bought the house, was like, yeah, this is useful, we'll keep this around. And it just stayed here. They never got rid of it.
We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off?
I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it would look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely.
And she did all this before they melted on their own?
Can it be?
Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice.
I'm surprised the tea didn't get cold.
Dudes, how could you?
Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now, and yet, I knew no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures in their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it.
I don't know where she got the glass cases from. Because, like, there was no reason to believe that they were in 2 glass cases. I mean, maybe they were. I guess we don't really have any proof that they were. No, actually, we do have proof that they weren't. Because we saw water leaking out of the display cases. If they were double layered like this, I don't think water should be leaking out the sides of display cases like that.
And slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy. Though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside.
I don't know, it's still ice. That's probably pretty heavy.
If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, and even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well.
When I'd finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been.
Oh, okay. You just had extra cases lying around. Got it.
Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases.
Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures.
Oh, that's where the water came from.
And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. Not the same, Mr. Edgeworth. It's quite the confession.
Indeed. And I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, what are we gonna arrest her on? Theft from like 18 years ago? Probably not.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How did you figure that? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at a crime scene.
Statutes for dummies. I love it. It's great.
I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes of what?
Wait, can we actually read it? Are they just gonna copy paste it from, what was that? Case 1-4, I think? It wasn't that like a piece of evidence or something during Edgeworth's trial back in the first game? Pretty sure it was.
Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time with which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we?
Theft. 7 years from the date of the crime. Oh. Let's read it. I pressed a button by accident. Theft. 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. Murder. 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of the trial. That last little addendum was, is probably there because, the case, if you remember case 1-4, it started on the final day, just before 15 years passed between, like, then and, what was it, the IS-7 incident, or whatever it was called, back then.
So it's different for every crime? Murder 15 years. That's 7 years. Huh. Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene.
Yeah, shouldn't that be like a different kind of theft? Like, isn't that tampering with a crime scene? What's the statute on that one?
However, as you yourself pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Miss Edgeworth?
Well, that just means we have to pin her for this crime, then. The crime of attempted murder.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest.
Oh yeah, that's right. She also just has the body of the victim lying around. She just plopped it in the fountain earlier on this case.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
You keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it.
By hiding it in a very unusual way.
Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth?
Such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you're confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
Where is the statues? It would be here. Do we want... We want this. Yeah. Because okay. So if we look at this piece of evidence, it says that there was detected of salt, sugar, and blood. Now, it was probably safe to think that the blood might be just because the body was in the fountain. But I'm starting to think the body was elsewhere. Now, I don't know how she would have hid them in here. But I'm thinking she hid it in here.
Take that! A photograph of Mr. Frost's works.
And of the victim's body, Your Honor.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
Okay. I mean, there's two places it could be. It's either the hooded figure, or... No, it couldn't be, because that's part of the thing. I think the body was hidden at the bottom of that statue on the right. Of, what was that, Sagittarius? I think. Because earlier, there was a cloth draped around that one. You couldn't see the bottom of it. You could only see the top. So people mistook it for something else. Or it's Taro, it's not Not Sagittarius. It's Taurus. So I think the body was probably hiding in here. No? Okay. Well, I don't know. I thought maybe it was like hiding behind the cloth because the body didn't appear until after the cloth was removed. So I figured she had the body in there, down at the bottom of the Taurus statue, took it out, removed the cloth, and then, I don't know, whatever she does to the bodies while she's like preparing them to put them in the fountain. I don't know what one does to do that. Okay, then it's gotta be the Gemini statues. There was blood coming out of the Gemini statue's eyes, to be fair. Well, something red. Probably blood. Okay, then it's gotta be over here. Okay, yeah.
The Gemini sculpture?
Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse.
I figured it couldn't be that because, like, surely someone would have noticed that it was a body and not a statue.
Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight.
And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
Well, I guess it would be this then.
One of the cloths from the autumn wing.
Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice.
Alright, you know what? I'll buy it. I'll give you like 20 bucks for that.
Isn't that right, Miss Scone?
Well, yes, dear. But you can't make it look just like you can make it look just about like anything, really. Even blazing fire. And this right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes. Exactly like it, in fact. Is it not the case that certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
If you would care to take another look at the photograph on the winter wing, Your Honor, you'll notice that there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case.
That's
one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case. Which means, Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice.
But where it happened to that part of the statue? Did she just, like, ship it away? No, but okay, that statue... Well, maybe the statue's melted now. Actually. Did the statues... No, we found the statues after the body, I think, right? I guess that still kind of checks out. We find the body, then she finishes melting the statues. Maybe. That could work, if that's the case.
No, this can't be.
Wait, so you tell me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing? Yes, we were standing right in front of the body.
But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the water wing disguised as a sculpture?
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain.
No, when she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain.
frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way. Which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. How did it even get there? I thought that the river's... Like, isn't that the river's right below our feet, underneath the glass? Are they really that big to hold a body? Sure. Alright. Maybe the perspective's just really bad in the game. I don't know. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough? You want to talk about good music in this game? I like this song. The one that is playing at this part of the case. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me? Yeah, this answers the how part of it and what part of it, but doesn't really answer the why or who. It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. The contradiction in this piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Miss Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course. I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim? Is it the sketch? It's gotta be the sketch.
Take that!
It's gotta be a sketch. Larry coming in clutch, as always. More drawings. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butch drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart. What about it? You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when the picture was being drawn. If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that he couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath.
So it was like slightly transparent, and then the body shone through. Because it would have been the Gemini statue.
But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would suspect. Surely it would have been immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the Winter Wing.
Or that too. She could have melted it first and then placed it inside the Winter Wing. In a different block.
Place one of those on the lift cart and it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of Justice. Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body. Just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single skimple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolates you gave us come from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. They were still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving card to put them on. That's why. One moment, please. You've explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift card. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed. If stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Miss Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you'd care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? On Miss Bound's person? How many times has this been like the solution to a missing object in this game? Is the tablecloth secretly... Wait, it is on her person. Is it not the apron around her waist? Oh shit, it could be. Because like, okay, I was thinking maybe it was the blue cloth, but Miss Scone retrieved that from the fountain already, so it couldn't be that. You know, it actually was a blue cloth, and that's why it looked blue. It could be, I mean, it could be not in this room. That just seems like a cop-out. I don't know where else it could be. I think the whole point here is that it is here. She had to hide it somewhere. We haven't really been to any other rooms in this place. It's got to be on her. Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact. Plain view, yeah, you can see it right there. It seems to be a running theme in this game, and I think there's a couple instances in the first game, too, where it's just like, the answer is something on the perpetrator. It's part of their sprite. In plain view? Surely you don't mean... Miss Bound. It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to confirm my theory is to test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. Does this prove that she also killed what's-his-face, Mr. Frost, like 18 years ago then? You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. But why did you, like, put the body in the ice in the first place? You had 18 years! Why didn't you do literally anything else with the body? Were you scared of ruining the statue? How did you even get the body in the statue in the first place? It was me. It was all me. Alicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Chitty, you! Oh gosh. But Judes, why? Was she supposed to be on the same side? All fighting to get free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. You're trying to, like, forge evidence? I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I knew it's easy to say that now, but... I do it this way, though. It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I could allow them to just melt away. Not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them. Not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping.
And somehow whoever owned this building for 18 years didn't think to get rid of them? They're just like, oh, nice statues. And just let them be? If there was a body in those statues, I think anyone who walked into the cold storage room would have smelt it. I don't care how frozen it is. It's a dead body. They would have smelt it. I'm shocked that no one thought to investigate. Did the bank own this building? Is that why no one noticed? Because it was empty for 18 years?
But what I'd actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
She didn't know?
So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures?
She didn't smell the body?
Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body. And Samson was found guilty.
Okay, well, if it's not her, then it's gotta be Mr. Gusto then. Maybe that's why he went into this room. He was checking up on the body that he put there like 18 years ago.
After all he'd done for me, he was my family. The only family I ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me. And I...
Dudes.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago. And when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures. And that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today. Because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method?
Leyland, welcome. How's it going?
And why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
It's gotta be Mr. Gusto then.
If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to...
Well, find the true killer, right? If she wants to prove his innocence, she would have had to find the real culprit.
She's been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked the whole out thinking the body was about to be discovered come running, yeah? Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk of that the killer might successfully cover their tracks in time. In the worst case scenario, they might have even been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all winter wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened up the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
That's why Taros was covered up like that. Because if you had the bottom shown, it would have been immediately obvious it was Taros and not and you were in the wrong room. But it was all part of the trap.
No. But that would mean the real killer was... Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss
Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done so lightly. So, should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless?
We don't have anything else at this point. I think we're all thinking it anyways.
My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Cavell, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Gusty?
Mr. Gusto.
Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Did you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what had happened in your own words. Of course. I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms. I found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer was on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer.
What if he just, like, didn't lock the door? Like, she was just counting on him to lock the door to make sure no one came in while he checked on his victim from 18 years ago?
Well, that was left first for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
But with the statute of limitations up, would he really be found innocent? Like, he's already in jail. We went over this back in game 1-4. We can't... the statute of limitations, if it's up, that's it. Case is over. It's gone. Game over. Give up. I guess she didn't know about that part.
Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? Could have found another way. Didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I got Samson out of that awful place.
Judy, Judy, Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, in front of as many witnesses as possible.
Honestly, a pretty smart idea. She actually kind of thought this whole thing through. I gotta give her that.
So sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years has come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end.
So do we get to interview Mr. Gusto now? The committee's view. Are they going to find some damning piece of evidence that proves that we're wrong? Oh, I hope not.
Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes.
Good.
Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tankaro's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
Oh, we're gonna probably have to interview her first and convince her that we're doing that.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records.
Well, yeah, because they tried to cover it up so they'd cover up the records too. That's how that works. Of course, you would know that, though. You were on the committee. You're probably one of the people covering it up. Working with Von Karma and all that.
And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us. Miss Bound herself.
Yeah. Of course, you'd say that. See, I was wondering how this case would tie back into the overarching plot of this game. There's a trend with, like, the third case of every Ace Attorney game kind of being considered a fluff case, where it doesn't really add to the plot, except maybe Game 3. But this one definitely contributes to the plot. It's not quite as strong of a connection as the first two cases were, but I think I see what we're probably getting towards here. This, like, reveal that even the committee was in on everything, and that they're just as corrupt.
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. Are you suggesting the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth.
How so, exactly?
By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. Perhaps it is time you understand how the committee sees this case.
Yeah, the committee that was, like, given the report by Von Karma's team.
Committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tankaborough convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in the service of law and order.
Sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there'll be no saving Mr. Tankara or Miss Bound. I can't wait till, like, Case 5 when we go to the committee's building and we have, like, a final boss battle against the entire committee. It's gonna happen.
If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why would you reinvestigate the case? Because the Goddess of Justice is never wrong. Her verdict remains true despite Mr. Von Karma's...
Despite blatant evidence tampering? You sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost makes you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again.
Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the Goddess of Justice has already spoken.
Is that right? I guess justice is so blind that it doesn't even want to see when the truth is a lie.
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tankaro's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself. Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Seidman. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the Goddess of Justice has already spoken. Unbelievable. She just won't budge at all. Are those committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare. So kinda like how the police are to a great thief, huh?
Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though.
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tankerow and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tankerow could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? The thought that we could ever kill Mr. Frost! You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be considered a suspect? Miss Bound has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to be speculating about what else she might have done in the past. Very well. Then let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked. A trap that only works if someone tampers with the case. It wasn't like a fucking tripwire in front of the door that just sprayed a bunch of gas. You had to deliberately activate that trap. Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It'll be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. Well, we can wait then. Why don't we just sit here, have some tea, have some half-melted chocolates? We'll wait for him to wake up, and then we can ask him. In other words, there's little we can do for now. On the contrary, there's plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you.
Hold it!
Am I gonna prove that we don't actually have all the evidence?
All the evidence you need? In the matter of the I-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing.
I bet that's gonna be case number 5, is him going to the committee for his formal hearing.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Mazarino. Nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co.
Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Of course. Now where was I?
Hold it!
You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all? All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no further need to prolong this trial. This court finds that the...
Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined.
The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now. Assuming there really is anything left, that is.
This isn't over yet. Not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to. It's up to me to point it out to Judge Gavel.
So what thing don't we have an answer to? Okay, that's probably the 6th one. Determine that there's no need to investigate either case any further. Okay, so we need to prove to her that there is. What have we not investigated? Was it this blowtorch? We haven't really proven what this blowtorch would have been used for. I think we know what it's for. It's clearly how whoever opened... We know it was probably used to open up the case. The ice sculpture case. There's also this. We still don't know whose handprint this is. That's probably it, actually. Do we know who used this lamp? Like, because there was no fingerprints on this. So I guess there's not really anything to go off of here. I'm gonna say this. No? Okay. I don't think... I think this is still relevant, though. This... I feel like this should be a potential answer. But oh well. It's probably the blowtorch. I'll try that one next. Because I don't know what else it could be besides that. Like, we know about this. That's just a pamphlet. I don't think there's anything to investigate there. Did we ever use this picture? I think we did. I mean, the blood's probably from the body that's in the statue. And then the pink's obviously the result of the chemicals going off. I don't think there's anything else in that sketch. This is the card she used. This is the teapot with the ubiquitum in it. Larry's sketch we just used. I'm shocked it's not this. Alright, it's gotta be this then. No, okay. What else would it be then? Therefore determined there's no need to investigate either case. Okay, let's just double check none of these other statements are better. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the I-7 incident and the poison gas attack. Maybe that's true? I mean, we just need to figure out how it all pieces together, right? Have to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. Well, I don't know about that. First, I've come to believe the real culprit is Miss Bound. No, it's got to be the 6th one. Especially since it was kind of added when we pressed on the 5th. But what evidence have we not looked at yet? Now it says, no, we presented that earlier. Did we ever examine the Ultimate Cookbook? See what else was in there? I don't know if that really matters. We know the poison recipe's in there, but... Salt Lab stayed with Frost's blood. Could it be this? No, okay. Have to be more careful next time. Yeah. Okay, therefore determined there's no need to investigate either case any further. So like one specific... Maybe the case file, then? Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. That probably is relevant at the moment. I mean, I think we're all aware that the statute of limitations is long over. Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Also knows Paul League, under which name he was the renowned sculptor in France. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. Is there anything else in here? Maybe it's this. I don't recall if we've ever used this piece. Nothing else, like... maybe it is the book. No, I didn't think it was the book. That one seems weird. It has to be this statement. Therefore determined there's no need to investigate either case any further. Is there something in here? Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Did she flee to a foreign country? Did he flee? I don't think that he did. I don't know. I thought I could throw the book at her. Clearly that didn't work. Either book. Didn't matter which book. I got 2 of them. Well, I don't know what else it could be then. Is there something on here? Not just his signature. I don't think there's any thing here that would really... We already did examine that. That was where we got the ubiquium sample from. Shocked it's not this. Okay. I need to figure out what this one is. Might look this one up because... It's not gonna be the chocolate. Why would the chocolate be a key part in this case? I'm shocked it's not this. I feel like it has to be the hand, but... Personally, I've come to believe the real culprit... Yeah, so she thinks it's Miss Bound. Because everything she's been saying could just be a cover-up for her trying to frame Gusto. Plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto tears her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. But the way the trap was set up means that it can't be a frame job. There's way easier ways to go about doing that. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the I-7 incident and the poison gas attack. Maybe this is the statement? It feels very similar to the next statement, though. Like, this one seems more definitive. No need to investigate either case further because they apparently have all the evidence. Let's press this one again for a second. Now, a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. But do you have anything tying them to the actual crime? Because you never found, well, they found the salt lamp, which is, maybe that's the murder weapon. Probably is. But the body was never examined, so you don't actually know how he died. So it may not be the murder weapon. I'm gonna try putting the case file on that one. We have all the evidence we need. No, because you never got a proper autopsy report, so therefore you probably don't have all the evidence. No. Like, they don't actually know... I know she said earlier, but the whole argument here is that they don't actually know how he died. So that's gotta be it, right? I would think it would be. What other evidence do we have? There's nothing in here, right? Why would there be? No, why would there be? How do we examine this? Oh, it actually is examining it. I don't think I've ever examined this. Is there anything here to even examine?
To think this was disguised as a serving cart and used to transport the body. Don't forget this body was inside a hollow ice block. At least now we know why the platform was wet.
I guess I never clicked on this. We never had a need to. It's a very sophisticated trolley, though. Does it have, like, hydraulics in it? Statute for dummies, I don't think is it. Chocolates? Nah. Okay, could this be it somehow? I mean, we just used this evidence though, so I'm not sure. All the evidence we need to explain both the I-7 incident and the poison gas attack. We have therefore determined that there's no need to investigate either case any further. Self analysis conducted on the melted contents of the Gemini case. What would this have to do with anything, though?
I'm afraid there's still one question concerning the I-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this?
What is it?
The test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected.
Right, we don't know where that... Well, do we know where that blood came from? I mean, we have Larry's sketch. We know the body was hidden in the ice. And if she thawed out the body, then I guess blood would start flowing again? The question is, whose? I guess we don't technically officially know whose. That's true. I just kind of assumed it was Frost's. But yeah, maybe it's someone else's. I guess. I mean, it is definitely an argument to say that yes, not everything was examined. Therefore, you're not done examining. I mean, how could you miss something simple like blood forensics? Till that question is answered, I can hardly think you have claimed to have all the evidence.
There was blood in the Gemini case? Why did I not hear about this from Eustace?
Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winner about it for myself, of course.
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today.
As ever, my interest is in the truth. If mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end.
Okay, I see. The identity of blood isn't so much important as the fact that it just hasn't been identified, and therefore he's using it as leverage. I don't know if I fully understand that one. The logic there for actually selecting it, I don't feel like exists. I mean, it is an unanswered question, so I could see how maybe someone could come to that conclusion.
That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace.
Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too.
He's awake! Alright, now we can finally finish this shit off.
It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive. Gusto?
He made it!
Is that a tattoo on the back of his hand, or is that like a shadow? Because it's not moving. Like, it looks like it's projected on top of his hand. It's not bending with his hand or anything. Everything's underneath it. What is casting that shadow, then?
You're the ones who found me? Yep. Long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now.
Assistant?
No, I'm... He hasn't gotten the gig just yet. It's Gregory Edgeworth's son. The prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I am in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago.
Huh? What are you talking about? Figured out quite a bit while you were out cold. Including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost.
Damn, imagine like waking up from a coma, thanking the people who just like saved your life because they found you, only for them to be like, yeah, by the way, we have reason to believe you committed a murder. I would almost, want to go back in my coma at that point.
What? Is that true?
Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of the fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then? Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent?
Oh, it's not that.
Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation, home and all that jazz.
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gusto, pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke? I am the victim here.
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth?
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Cavell? You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? I believe in only the infallible judgment of the Goddess of Justice.
Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to our advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you.
We'll see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Cavell?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas, specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived a half hour early.
Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is.
I see.
She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into a building is pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. Courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost work up close. So I went up to the Gemini, guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it.
Why?
When I finally got it to open, gas came pouring out.
Why would you do that?
Fascinating. His is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind. What the fuck? This guy lies more than Frank saw it did. And we've only known this guy for like 5 minutes. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something.
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I am not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer, and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal?
Miss Bound is far from the blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer.
You seem determined to pin Miss Frost's murder on me. But I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. And no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, They prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Fender? Must be something we can do.
You're right. We don't have the evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason.
He claims to not have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it?
If he did, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Kamm about probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty? Their relationship broke down for some reason? That could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Von Kamm wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we could put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge.
Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think that there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. My father knows these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth.
Alright, final logic. Okay. So Gusto helped Frost in the final, but the favor wasn't returned. That could be a motive. Wanting the cookbook's also a motive. Actually, Gusto's open to look through the ultimate cookbook all along. Nah, let's go with this. Yeah.
Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not?
So you know my little secret.
Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct?
What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner.
But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that.
We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangaroa.
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final?
What grounds do you have to say that?
Your own statement made to Mr. Von Kamm 18 years ago. You told him that you'd been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder.
That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was there working on his chocolate pieces, could I?
No. But I think we have reason to believe that he wasn't killed in that room.
So you see, it can't have been me.
I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tanjiro wasn't in his room. If I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. No? Okay. That's not correct, right? Oh shit, I'm almost dead. I need to be careful. Okay. Remaining exposures. Wanted the cookbook, timing of the murder. Gusto couldn't have killed Frost with Tanjiro in the room. Gusto's goal been to look through the ultimate cookbook all along. Oh. Yeah. That's why there's fewer pictures left. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. Man committed a crime of a different sort. Copyright crime. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tanjiro's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. Sneaky snapshot 2 or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would it have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicious say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on their little tea party they had? Did indeed. Perfect time for a murder, or two. Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tanjiro, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Scone, you and Tanjiro's works were the only ones you sampled? No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished up my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chili Wing's room for a little taste too. Mr. Frost had kept himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied, but things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it Mind Games time again? It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. He's not answering. I said I have a question for you. What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? "18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow." Whoa, 4. I wonder how many the final one of these in the game is going to be. It's going to have like a full set. Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up that truth that was buried all those years ago. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the best perfect creations possible. Yes, maybe?
Oh, no. Okay. I was kind of leaning towards the waiting thing, but I didn't think he was mad enough for that. That's okay. Alright. I'll try again. Okay, why'd you collaborate? Wait.
Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too.
Oh? So you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner? Do I wake him up? Let's wait. We'll wait one more. Waiting is a safe action. I don't mind doing it.
I'm still recovering, so if you got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical room.
Wait. They need to be a little more proactive. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Okay, wait first. Wake up! Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say?
Fine. It was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for a surprise. The ultimate cookbook.
I see. And since your objective dovetailed so neatly, you decide to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard, and I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. Then you'd better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience.
Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he really was after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast. You too had your eyes set on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure that the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much.
Now you're just insulting the way of the confectioner. My goal, my only goal, was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me.
Let him rant.
Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now.
Oh, so you've improved.
You better have. I did do all that training and sang far for nothing.
Oh yeah? Want to show me a little bit of it?
I looked up to Tanjiro, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son.
Sounds to me like Mr. Tanjiro's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might even become the best someday.
Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it.
Let's go for it! You claim that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook.
The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it, and even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that?
Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts, and everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Let's just let's not let him on to the fact that he should know what the cookbook was first. Let's just say that it was a recipe book.
So you plan to win the cookbook and use it to help with your own creations? What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there, but it was worth more than money. I'll tell you that.
Falling asleep again, eh?
I'm still recovering, so if you got nothing to say, let me... Oh, fuck.
Right. I gotta tell him to wake up. My bad.
Come now, Mr. Gusto, I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. And you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine. So you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook to give it its proper title, is a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of. So he did know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. Time to deploy my clue. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Shangfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interests not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine. You're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was? Tell me more. That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was.
Does he have like a cure for cancer or something in there?
I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves.
What was the name of your son's condition? Tell me more about your son. Yeah, let's start with that.
Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would have come to see me here at the contest venue too. Right up through the semi-final. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child? Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations.
Ah, really? I have to ask him about that? I have to... Okay. That seems a little rude, but sure. Oh, you know what? It does make sense, though. As rude as it might seem, it does make sense because it's to try and pinpoint what exactly the illness was.
You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest? It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening, anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue.
Okay, I can see how both of these are useful. Let's try the top one first.
Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? Time to deploy my clue. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening, so why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see. That must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts.
What's the point of eating dessert if you can't taste it? You know, just pointing it out there, like, I mean, it's not like you're eating dessert because it's healthy. That's gotta suck. Why even eat dessert at that point?
As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder.
So he had a tool.
Two, you say? So your son had a taste disorder then, am I correct?
How did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe that you needed it to win the cookbook in order to kill your son. But was that really the case?
Of course it was. What are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Better try another track.
Okay. Guess we do have to do this one first.
So you needed the cookbook to cure your son?
Yeah. Nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work.
And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go and steal a glance at it?
And what makes you think I had the energy or the time to care about what others had made?
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, yeah, maybe.
I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to peek at your competitors' entries.
I'd had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something.
I think Mr. Gusto tasted any flavor. That seems like it could be an important clue.
Hmm. I see. So it wasn't his son who was sick. It was him. Asking for a friend, as it were. Alright, next clue.
Taste disorders are difficult to live with. Isn't it easy to not being able to... It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest you were suffering from a taste disorder. Confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems.
I almost out of time here. I had to pick something. Wasn't gonna be the biting.
Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim that you did it all on your own now.
Oh, that was a close one. This is only case 3.
Would have us believe that you're a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. All so you could cure your own taste disorder.
You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I kept it hidden for so long. 18 years and nobody knew.
Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder.
and for the money it would bring for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. That was way too close. I was wondering how intricate that stuff was gonna get, but man.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this. But you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago I developed agwasia. What's agwasia? It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare.
Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well?
No. Big Man had what they call dissociative taste disorder. Basically some things he could just taste just fine, whereas he had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest?
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win.
Oh? So you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning?
Of course.
What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you describe. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day?
Fine. You want me to talk, I'll talk. But you're not going to like what I have to say. Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help. Just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine, I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now?
There doesn't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony.
Yep. Not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to all let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Mazarino? See if you can't shake something loose.
I think I might just have to, Fender.
Hold it!
So you would think, though, that if they weren't working together in the finals, only his design aspect would fall apart. But yeah, apparently his judgment was it didn't taste good and it also didn't look good.
Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste.
Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. Each did what the other couldn't. Boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics. Not even the simple stuff. How do you like me now?
The national symbol of Shangfa.
Oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome.
I'll say, pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft. But back then, we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final.
Oh shit, you actually improved. Can't believe it.
You were serious about winning the title then.
Of course, the art of the confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to become the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch.
But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was a cookbook too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusto?
What are you interrupting?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're badgering the witness who is still suffering from the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. I understand, Your Honor, but
Ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please do continue your testimony in your own time.
wow, okay. Miss Von Karma, get out of here.
Hold it!
Can't believe she'd do something like that. So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd help you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no? Things are not, it's the truth. Could be he had his own reasons too. I wouldn't know. He's lying, it's going to be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, Kay.
If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Miss Edgeworth long before now.
Don't worry, Fender, I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was... I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that.
But you can't taste anything. Not just some things, anything. So how are you weren't even relying on your taste up to this point in the first place?
But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight?
I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Miss Edgeworth.
Then perhaps I should ask him about something else.
That's about the semifinals? Yeah, let's ask about the semifinals instead.
Did something change between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. The only difference between the semifinal and the final is that Frost wasn't helping me. So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help? I may not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. So the visuals was the only things that changed between the semifinal and the final. Sure, Casio pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. Wasn't just his looks that got a big thumbs down come judgment time. Got trash on flavor too.
Doesn't sound like much like a winner to me.
Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusto failed on flavor too. Lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that. So was there some other difference? An 18-year-old mystery, and the key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. Just to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered.
Can I get any more questions out of him, maybe? Perhaps? Ask about Mr. Frost.
You knew Mr. Frost from before the contest, correct? You remembered, I see. My son and Frost used to go to elementary school together.
Okay. Got a question on that now? Oh, it changed the last statement. Okay. Well, we'll try pressing this too.
It was no coincidence that you both entered the contest, correct? Yeah. I heard about it first, then I told Frost. I know he'd be interested. He was always sort of cash for his sculptures. That's right. Mr. Frost was supposedly always in financial trouble, wasn't he?
Cookbook is really worth that much, huh?
I see that gleam in your eye, kiddo. Don't get your great thieving hopes up. It was worth a lot back then. But these days, you can find most of the stuff in there on any drugstore shelf.
Oh, bummer.
So literally every last contestant only ever had eyes for that cookbook, I see.
I don't really know how that one helps me. Son and Frost used to go to elementary school together. Well, yeah. We knew that. Picture's right here. Got to son visit his father daily up through the semifinal. Okay, let's just see what the third one is, because there was a third option. It sounded more like don't say anything at all, but maybe.
No, I'll just stick with what I have for now.
Oh, okay, it's just a back out. Nah, it's gotta be the first one.
Hold it!
Okay, ask about the semifinal. The only differences between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me. Okay, that sounds more like something I could probably present on. I'm gonna press again though, just to double check the info. So he did without Frost's help. May not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. Okay, so visuals were the only thing that changed between the semifinal and the final, but we know that's not true because he got criticized for both a lack of flavor and design. Lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that, so was there some other difference? What else could have changed? What could have happened that was different? What difference between the semifinal and the final is that Frost wasn't helping me. It's because his hand touched the chocolate, so he got chocolate in his design, or in his creation, and that affected it. Only difference was that Frost wasn't helping. How do we prove that's not the only difference? I don't know if we can prove that. It didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. Okay, so what do we know about... So I'm just like thinking of what we know about Frost's creation. And that it was apparently sweet and salty. But only the harp was salty. And I don't really know why that was the case. It might have something to do with that salt lamp. But I'm not sure. Maybe Frost had been modifications... Maybe Frost had modifications taste with something? I think I understand what you're saying. Well, that's what I'm wondering. But we don't really have anything related to anything like that. Unless he too also had this stuff with him back then. But like there's no evidence about that. I don't know, he like contaminated his own work with it or something. I don't know. I feel like this is related because Frost's creation was suspiciously weirdly salty on the harp, but only the harp strings. And no one was able to figure out why. The rest of it was really sweet, but the strings were salty. So I feel like it has something to do with this. But if that was the case, that doesn't really... Does that mean he also accidentally put salt into his creation? Because he touched a salt lamp, maybe? Because he helped Frost with the flavor. Or with Frost's flavor. But part of his was salty. So that means that he must have handled salt at some point. But Frost was complimented for flavor, but that's because the salt part was gone by that point. Because Miss Scone ate the strings on the harp, which were the salty parts. Oh, okay. I thought maybe that could be it for sure, but nope. I thought maybe he was like handling salt. The only other thing that comes to mind, although I'm only saying this as a joke at the moment, is that he touched the frame of the chocolate, but I think that was later. The other option we have is to switch it back to the one related to their sons. I don't think that really helps anything because, I mean, yeah, that's just a fact. Their sons did go to school. We have a piece of evidence that directly supports that fact. Here they are, hanging out together. They don't look too happy together, though, I have to say. The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me. I feel like something else would have happened too, but I don't know what. Like, why wasn't he helping? Is it because of this? It is because of this.
can't think of only one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was with you up until through the semi-final. He was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He was probably using his son to taste test everything because he can't taste it himself. But then again, at the same time, if he made the flavor concoction for Frost, and Frost's was fine, clearly he's able to do something on his own. He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. Oh, but you know what? He made that flavor concoction for him when they were still working together the day before. So the day of the final, that's when Gusto did his creation, which was after they finished making the ice concoction, which maybe his son also helped with. His son probably wasn't there for the finals. I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him that I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. Hello, Ghosty, welcome. How's it going? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a hard time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on. But that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? A very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. But why not try answering your question yourself for a change? What was an elementary skill old kid doing here, other than to support his father? It's going good. Awesome to hear. On this, I mean, maybe it's not night for you, but it's 10:30 p.m. here, and we're finally finishing case 3. I'm guessing you probably played this. Look pretty excited to come in here. But maybe you're just being friendly. I don't know. Watching any other streams of this? Let's see. Taste your creations, steal other people's creations, make creations for you. I mean... Wait, did he steal them? Oh my god. Could you imagine if he did that? It's 5:30. Woke up half an hour ago. Played this brewer. I love this case so much. This one's been really good. I love how they combine like the past section with like the present section. It's kind of like a twist on the first games where it was just like a complete case that happened in the past. And now it's like bringing the two together. You know what? I would love to play. I said this last week too, but I would love to play a game that was Mr. Fender and Gregory Edgeworth. Like, make an Investigations 3, but it was with Gregory and Eddie instead. And them working on cases like 20 years ago. I think that would be pretty fun. They could totally do it too. Like, they wouldn't have to worry about contradicting anything. Because we already just solved his last case. So you could just have like a whole game of like whatever cases they want and just have a whole thing there. That'd be such a great way to continue this type of gameplay. That, or if they make the next Phoenix Wright game play like this. Like, imagine if the investigation sections of a Phoenix Wright game played like this game. Because this is such a fun way to do it. Way better than just like the visual novel style that they do for most of them. I mean, it's probably the tasty creations, right? I'm gonna say it's taste. It'd be pretty funny though if the answer was steal. Like, he was just using his son to cheat in the contest. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody of this. But you figured it out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago I developed a grazier. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was here helping you by taste testing your work. Ah. Now it all makes sense. Frost stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know. Even back then. Eddie Waterbender? Wait, why is he called Eddie Waterbender? Did you now? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all it is. In that case, I ask to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Sangfa to start my training. I cut off all ties with the kid for good.
Whoa. Okay. What? Why? Where'd that come from?
What? You abandoned your own child? That ain't half of it. No one knows where he is even now. Cops have been looked all over for him and no dice. So, you still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son?
Damn. Well. Jesus. Add that one to the horrible father list. Yeah, seriously, what the fuck? Hey, throw him in the cell next to Von Karma. I think they'll like each other.
Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Miss Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof or otherwise.
Now I have to ask, Ghosty, was this your first time playing this game, or did you play the fan translation as well? Like, I'm sure a lot of people probably did. I was ready to play the fan translation of this game, because I'm streaming like the entire series. So we played through the original trilogy, we played through the Professor Layton crossover, and then shortly after I finished that, they announced this thing out of the blue. But I was ready to emulate the two investigation games on DS with the fan translation and all that. Fortunately, I didn't have to do that. But now, I mean, I'm going through this. I've been like wondering like all the little differences in terms of like the way it was written and all that. I'm curious about some of that stuff, like the way that they did the names and all that. I know that like Eustace Winter was called like the best or something, and I feel like there was a line in this game where they kind of reference that a little bit as a little nod to what the fans have been calling him all these years.
Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective.
I kind of forgot about that bit. I think that would have made that piece of evidence and when I was supposed to use it a little more obvious when I was talking to Gavel like half an hour ago.
That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles. Sort of cut you in on your mind place time. I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might, if Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now, if you... Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting. Speak of the devil.
This is your first time playing this game, but your friend was playing with me. She knew all the fan translation names. Oh, okay. I've looked up a few of them, but it's hard to like safely look up the names of some of these characters in case there's, you know, spoilers. So I haven't looked up too many of them. But I knew Eustace for, you know, well before I played this game. I knew Eustace's name. And at least in this case, I think that was the only one. There's a couple other cases I did look up a couple of names and other little changes that they did. I take it you have the test results, Detective?
Yes, sir. The lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair. Why didn't anybody tell me any of this?
Because nobody likes you.
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, all right. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test results have to tell us? You're not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid that bombed the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? It's only the very first thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body.
I mean, it's because it kind of was, wasn't it? I mean, if Frost's body was in there, yeah, pretty much the same thing. Eddie Fender was Raymond Shields. Okay. I like Eddie Fender more. I mean, Raymond Shields is fine, but I feel like Eddie Fender's a more direct pun. It makes much more sense as a defense attorney. I remember who Gavel was.
Why would there be traces of your blood there of all places, Mr. Gusto?
If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. I mean, I don't like dislike Eustace, but I don't know, he's just like, he's annoying in like that, like, just shut the fuck up, kid, kind of way. Get out of here. You know what you're talking about half the time. Actually, I don't even know if he ever knows what he's talking about any of the time. Gets too full of himself. Not too unlike, fuck, what's her name? Von Karma. Why am I forgetting her first name right now? But her. But at least she's like, I don't know, she's not like terrible. He reminds me of the way Franziska did back during, what was it? The previous game's Case 3? I don't know what number designation we want to give this game. Game 4? 5? But it reminds me of her, like when they did the flashback in the previous game. And I didn't really like her then either.
It wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar too. There were? And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh yeah! You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Did they ever? I'd never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. Salty bit? It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the hoppy thingy. Gemini's liar. Yes, the lyre, and only the lyre, tastes as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth. Where did the salt in the lyre come from?
Oh, I knew this the whole time. I was waiting for this one.
Take that!
Is this the lamp from the IS-7 incident? Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the lyre its flavor came just from such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost, and it was stained with his blood, but no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Right, because the carburetor chucked a piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room are both broken. Lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. And maybe they fell and broke on the floor. We never did find out how that one was used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anybody whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police, so the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And you were seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected. Then, the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body and the incriminating evidence, or both, would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. So, wait, how is he going to get rid of the liar? And only the liar? And no one was going to see that as weird? You know what? Scrap that last part. I don't think anyone would have noticed. This is the world of Phoenix Wright we're talking about here. People don't see things that are 2 feet in front of them. Well, Mr. Gusto, you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident? Use is apparently the origin of the name Stacy? Wait, really? Stacy is short for Eustace? Or is it just like an evolution of the name Eustace? I don't think I've ever heard the name Eustace. I'm trying to think if I know another Eustace from like another game or movie or show or something. I can't think of anything. I can see how Stacy could be derived from it though. Never would have guessed that, but I could definitely see it. Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you, that's Samson. I don't think he's ready to give up. Gusto. So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later? Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor, or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admit it then, that you murdered Artie Frost? Yeah! Sure, I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, that rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you could prove that, I suppose? What do you... Wait. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my peace for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You'll have no idea what it was like for somebody like me to lose my sense of taste. I
gave up everything to become the best. Everything! I take pride in that.
Wait, you only hear the name on grandmas? Are you telling me Eustace is a... Okay, well, yes, Stacy is typically a girl's name, but you're telling me Eustace is also a girl's name? There's gotta be other guys with Eustace. I almost feel bad for the kid if his parents gave him that name. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, sure, but like, it's still a little weird when you give like a typical name to the opposite gender that you are. You know, other people might judge you, even silently, for it.
Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right, I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things?
Man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
It's more common on girls. Okay, so maybe it's not like completely a girl's name. Oh wait, isn't there Stacy? No, I'm thinking of like as a last name. Never mind. I had like a Stacy in mind that was a guy, but I'm pretty sure that was a last name. I couldn't tell you what the first name was, so I couldn't tell you who I'm thinking of, but it might have been a last name. And you don't care? You're horrible. So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct?
Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room.
I feel a male counterpart to Eustace would be Eugene. Yeah, Eugene would definitely, I would agree with that. Eustace winner. This kid.
Should have been so easy, all I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, hmm? Frost! What's this? A cure for taste disorders. Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confection who can't taste anything? What will people say? If you tell anybody You're what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Why, you're... Frost stuffed me so hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. That must have been when blood got on it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow. So I scraped off all the body bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the hop. That's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
So you decided you had to kill him?
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the only one who drew first blood. He's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think?
I don't know if we have any way of proving that, unfortunately. Not 18 years later. So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Let's stay there once I figured out how I was going to hide the body part. It's probably all the sculpting tools lying about in the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the hop was easy.
But why Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of him. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in the scones room?
You were gonna try and frame her, right? See, that was my first thought when we investigated Scone's room.
There was only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You tried to frame me, Crusty Pants?
Yeah,
But why? Why pulled me?
I respected Tanjiro. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall.
I love that, like, he's basically saying that the cops were so incompetent that they didn't even arrest or accuse the framed person. Like, they just went on some random other person, just completely calling them out on that. They couldn't even find his frame job. You know what? I'm not surprised. I mean, we could go all the way back to case 1-2 and how Gumshoe's 30 seconds after meeting him for the first time, he's like, "Alright, Mia, you're coming with me. You're under arrest." All because he saw her name written on a receipt. So no, you know what? I'm not surprised that they went for Tanjiro.
But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gussie, how could you?
Had you refrained from eating Tanjiro's work, Frosty's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tanjiro was judging your room. Then's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bounty found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Why indeed?
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Wait, did she put the body back in the statue?
Oh yeah, I guess maybe she did. I think she said that she hid it. Right, yeah, because that's why she had the cart back then too. Yeah, that's right. That was like the whole thing we did with her, was we proved. Why did Mr. Augusta need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? To obscure the time of death, to hide the true crime scene? Probably to hide the true crime scene. Well, no, to obscure the time of death, no. Because if he obscured the time of death, it would cast less suspicion on him. Maybe it made it easier to get Miss Scone. Hiding the true crime scene. Well, if his original intent of the body never being found, why would he need to hide the true crime scene? He was confident the body wasn't going to be found. I think to obscure the time of death.
Mr. Gester needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Right, because him and Frost were the only two that didn't attend tea. He had no alibi.
Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tanjiro's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all?
I love her animation here. Like, she drops the bowl, but she picks it up with her foot to put it back in her hands.
The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it fully frozen.
How awful. Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tanjiro would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean, it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body?
Don't let him get in your head, Jules. Now this is your fault. It wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that his body had vanished. So then, Mr. Von Karma had wittily placed Mr. Tanjiro under arrest in the absence of a body?
I mean, I guess it would explain why you're so keen to wrap things up. Still, you think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Whether someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case then. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have been spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all. Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones. What a duck. I'd arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, Detective. So you noticed, huh? Glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed to murder. Yeah, murder from 18 years ago. No idea, huh? Then I guess I'd better lay it out for you. Oh, we don't need a testimony for that. Come on, we all know what this is. I killed Frost 18 years ago. Yeah, it's self-defense, but murder is still murder. Self-defense does not get you off the hook. It gets you less on the hook. Second of all, though, unfortunately, in this world, it's more than 15 years. He's a free man. We can't do shit. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise? That's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth? Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so... But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. And that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place. But we'd finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what? Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. I want the last case of this game to be like Edgeworth versus the Goddess of Justice. Like, just go full on Final Fantasy and just have him like face off against whoever the Goddess of Justice is here.
Hold it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I can have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? This issue isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective. You can't touch me. It's too late for that.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. Oh, wait! That's right! We can arrest him! I know exactly how, too. Oh, we'll let this play out, but I know what we're doing. If there's something you want to ask it. Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not long after that, I went to Shangfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you're long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Shangfa is the best thing I ever did. Flavor and design. I'm the full package now. And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. What's an omelet without a few eggs, hmm? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor.
Nothing. You're evil. Sticks and stones, girlie. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push further on the statements he just made. So I think I should follow up on. Let's talk more about your training in Shangfa.
That sounds very interesting.
I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Shangfa if you won't mind.
Fine. I later went to Shangfa to train. I finally became the best in the world.
Oh,
Hold it.
Shangfa. And you were there for a while, I imagine?
Yeah, I left sometime after the investigation had wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in, my designs are now world class.
Whoa, that's amazing!
You like it? It's yours.
what is it even made out of? Like, I thought he was just using cream or something, but I guess it's some sort of dough? Because his kid was eating it off of a stick.
Really? Oh, right. So he spent some time in Shangfa training.
Hold it.
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statue may not have expired yet. Oh, we already did this one.
Objection.
I think that it put like the new bit of testimony before this one. Well, you know what? Let's ask him about Tangaro's final day in court as well. Maybe it's also useful.
Would you mind telling us more about Mr. Tangaro's final day in court?
Fine. Oh, okay, it changed it. I don't want to change it. No, go back. Go back. That was the good one. Go back to that one. We need that one. It's very important. Please, sir, tell us more about Shangfa. I need to know. I was kind of hoping we'd get to go to Shangfa. I thought we were going to go to Shangfa in the previous game.
Hold it.
Never say never, Mr. Gusto. Nothing is impossible.
Really? Come on, give it up. Your father couldn't catch me. What makes you think you can?
Would have solved the whole case if it hadn't been for Mr. Von Karma obstructing him at every turn. And now the statute of limitations is threatening to into the truth of this case forever.
Don't listen, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't give up. Not now. We're doing this for your dad. So we have to see it through to the end.
Okay.
Truth is right there for the taking. What kind of great thieves are we if we don't grab it for ourselves?
I'm not a great thief, Kay, but you're right. Carmelo Gusto, I won't allow you to make off with the truth.
Do your worst.
Hold it.
That was the only reason, because you knew the statute had expired?
Why would else would I do it? Why would anybody? Not that I planned on it ever coming out, of course.
And why was that?
Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner. And pretty stuff like this only gets in the way of me and my craft.
So you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Samson's still rotting in jail?
I'd save some pieces of work in my time. But you're just flat out unforgivable. Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand any of it. Alright, Mouse, it's official. Uncle Eddie's mad. And that doesn't happen often.
You're not the only one. But don't worry, he won't get away with this. Not if I can help it. Mr. Gusto is no ordinary opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed.
Think, Mr. Edgeworth. Must be some way for us to arrest him. Guy's probably watched a few legal dramas before, but he's no lawyer. Not like you and me. There's gotta be some loophole somewhere we can use. There's just gotta.
He's right. Mr. Gusto is just an armchair attorney, after all.
Guy probably browses Reddit in his free time. Okay, which one of these is the one we need? This one or this one? Or this one? Because what we're presenting is the book. We're throwing the book at him. I just don't know which one the game expects me to present on. Because there's a little addendum to that 15-year thing. about how if you leave the country, the statute is paused until you come back. I'm gonna try this one.
Objection!
I mean, it could be that all three of them work, but I'm guessing it's this one because we had to press to unlock this one.
The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count toward the total time under the statute.
No way.
So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Shangfa? I wonder why that clause exists. I mean, clearly it exists for the purposes of this case, but what would be the in-lore reason for that? Someone flees the country. I guess it's so that they can't just like camp out in another country, wait 15 years and come back. Maybe. Makes it almost more like a game. How long can you evade the cops for? It's like getting a wanted level in GTA and then just outrunning them for like 5 minutes. Except try 15 years.
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Shangfa, Mr. Gusto.
I mean, maybe it's based on even real law. Maybe it's like, maybe that's Japanese law or something.
Was 3 years exactly. 3 years. Hold on. Nobody said anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. Statute is 15 years. Add the 3 overseas.
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way.
Okay, what day did the crime happen? What day is it today? I can't remember. We've seen the date like every time it transitions, and yet I don't remember what days it was. Wait, isn't it? No, it was Christmas. So they still have several months. This guy still has to like evade the cops for another 7 months, and he just admitted his crimes in front of a room full of cops. Nice job, idiot.
Miss Edgeworth, you did it. Statute hasn't expired after all.
It's over. Give up now. Alright, Gumshoe, grab the cuffs.
Bingo, 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves.
It's just been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
Statute of limitations of murder is bullshit. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Like, but that's a real thing, no? Or at least, like, partially based in real life? It does make no sense, though. Like, if you can prove someone committed a crime, I feel like you should be able to arrest them for it. It doesn't matter how old the crime is. Now, obviously, it gets harder to prove a crime the longer it's been since the crime. Evidence decays, you know, witness testimonies are less reliable because memory is faulty. Maybe someone even died. That was, like, key to solving the case. But if you can prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that someone is guilty, I think they should be arrested.
Hate to break it to you, little sis, but I-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder.
Oh. Okay, well, we don't have a year. We don't know what year it is. Everything is relative in Phoenix, right? I think the only time that they mentioned a year was, like, the first game? Or something? The first game takes place in 2016. We know that. Everything else is, like, relative to that year. So we don't actually know when this game is.
Gusto stays in Shangfa lasted 3 years on the nose. It's not enough. We're a few months short.
But when did it have been... Are we sure we got that time right? What if it's, like, December of this year? And not December of last year?
Not enough, but...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me!
I hate to admit it, but he'd read the board well when he made his confession.
Shit. Guess this man actually does know.
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the gods' judgment must be willing to pay the price, should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed.
Oh, there must be something I can do.
I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then...
Jeez, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail him.
There is.
Alright, Mazarino. Pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is, he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down on that day is. Which means, still one way left for us. Open your statues for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a petty pitcher. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done.
Fender, are you...
Those who would overturn the gods' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles. And I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you.
Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, should I raise an objection and play that card or not?
I mean, I feel like if we don't, the game just ends. Get him for tax evasion if he's willing to commit murder. He's probably committed that too. True. Just get him for something. I don't know. Get him for like... No, you know what we can get him on? Let's get him on vandalism. This man trespassed into a closed art gallery, walked into an exhibit hall that was not open. He used a blowtorch on one of the exhibits and tampered with it. Now let's forget about the whole trap thing for a second. What does that look like? That to me looks like vandalism. Cuff him up, boys. We got him.
My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts. No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. I have to show Judge Cavell something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired.
Well, maybe the book has something? 7 years from the day of the crime, separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages. Theft. Did he steal something? I don't think he stole anything. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Oh, right. The other addendum to murder.
Take that!
What? What do you mean that's not it? That literally shows that the statute doesn't start because the trial was still ongoing a whole year later. We got the extra year because that's how long it took for Samson to be on trial. How is that not it? Mr. Tangaro's trial lasted a year, and though it ended with a verdict that couldn't have been more wrong, that very verdict may be what finally sees Mr. Gusto arrested. Something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired. What else do we do then? That's not it. Is it this? Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Wait, what? Well, even this says that it expired 3 years ago. I mean, we know this is wrong, but, like, that's not the thing I need to present her. Hey, yeah, let's prove that it hasn't expired by showing her a piece of paper where it says it expired. And not only has it expired, but it expired 3 years ago. Whoever made this up also got it wrong. Maybe they didn't know he went to Shangfa, I don't know. Do we have notes saying it took a year? Well, see, that's what I thought this was. So, case happened then. Detention Tango discovered that he had a taste disorder, which subsequently cured via medication. No, this doesn't say anything like that. In fact, it would probably help us even less because of this note down here. All these other notes. This is for the current case. No, that's just for the blood stuff. It proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired. Well, that's why I thought the book, because we could, like, show her the book and be like, hey, the child took a year. I don't think we have anything that shows it took a year. I guess we'll try it. How is this gonna show it? Am I gonna show her the first page? Convicted as an accomplice based on his own confession. No detailed autopsy report due to the body gone missing. Well, it's gotta be case overview then. I'm sure we'll go with case overview. Take a look at the case overview, Your Honor. I'm sure we are very familiar with the particulars of this case by now, Miss Edgeworth, and I fail to see how they have any relevance to the statute of limitations. Yeah, see? Use a certain so-called fact to finally reveal the truth. Only that wrong can set things right. Suspect data? I guess? Oh, okay. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice. Wait, how does that have to do... Did I misread this? Any accomplices indictment to the end of their trial. Oh, the key word there being accomplice. He was charged with being an accomplice, but not the actual criminal. Not the murderer. Wait, then who was the murderer? I guess because they never found the murderer. And it took around 1 year for his indictment from that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice? Yep. Guess you ain't Shangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, now as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you. And not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. So, they couldn't find the actual criminal, but I guess somehow they couldn't, like, make up enough evidence to be like, yeah, he's definitely the murderer. Hand to God. They're just like, nope, okay, we can convict him as an accomplice, and we'll just be like, we couldn't find the murderer. We don't know where they went, but we know that he's part of it. Totally, definitely didn't make any of that up. You spent 3 years in Shangfa, and your accomplice, Samson Tangaroa, was on trial for 1 year. It means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. I missed that keyword, accomplice. Yeah, the murderer is right here, but they didn't know that. When they were investigating the case 18 years ago, they didn't know who the murderer was, because after evidence went missing, they couldn't find the body. They were too incompetent to even, like... Their first thought, they just jumped to conclusions. Didn't even, like... arrest, Miss Scone, despite the fact that she was clearly being framed. They didn't even notice that she was being framed. They just ignored her entirely.
Goddess's judgment is infallible, but that of her servants it appears is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred.
Really? May have erred. Wow. Who could have seen that coming? Von Karma making a mistake on purpose?
Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No! How could this? You weren't supposed to be able to. 18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto. Not a moment too soon. I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything. Even my son.
Hey, you didn't care about your son anyway, so I mean, that's fine, right?
More's the pity. You can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last.
Fell asleep again. Can't believe it. Guy's about to get arrested for murder and he fell asleep. Well, have fun with your masterpiece in jail. What the fuck? What is that made out of? Wait, what has he been making this whole time? I have no idea what kind of dessert that's supposed to be. I thought it was cream at first. Some sort of like dough, but it's hollow. I guess because he's blowing air into it? I don't know what that's supposed to be.
Mr. Gusto's all set up for his trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right?
I suppose so.
Melted chocolate? Maybe? Like, his kid was eating one of his desserts off of a stick in the photograph we have in the evidence. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Does it say it on the wiki? I don't want to look at the wiki, because that's a scary place to be when you're halfway through a game, but maybe it says there, maybe someone else figured it out. It's probably some, like, I'm sure a Japanese person would be able to identify it.
Jutes.
I'm sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your action, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh no. I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures.
Hey, Jutes. You think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. There's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Wow. I like this song too. Damn, this game does have a good soundtrack.
Sorry man, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Although, I don't know, it feels out of place for a Phoenix Wright game. It feels more like something I'd hear in like a dating sim.
Judge Cavell, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called out one as soon as the body was found.
I'm under no obligation to answer such questions.
You clearly have no interest in doing so either.
I mean, chocolate on a stick is a thing, you're right, but like hollow chocolate that you pump up with air like that? Like, how is he able to... I've never seen chocolate that you can pump with air and then, like, roll it around with sticks. That's like something you do with cotton candy. Which I actually kind of thought when we first met him in the flashback, I kind of thought that's what he was doing. But that seemed less likely because it was, like, solid white. I can see a pun there, but I can't put my finger on it. Wait, do you actually not see it? Or are you just playing? Because I love her name. I love Judy Bound's name. It's very fitting now that we've like seen the whole case. Are you serious? Duty bound. Replace the Jude with duty. I know some companies do it with ice cream. Oh, okay. Maybe it's ice cream. Could be. That could almost make sense. Although the way he cut it at the end there, I mean, I guess a lot of that was probably just more of a joke, like, you know, samurai cutting bamboo to play on that, but it looked pretty solid for ice cream. And then I don't know if ice cream would really be able to cut so cleanly that you could just slide it off itself.
Truly, you're proving to be quite the threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you've given me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way.
Turkish ice cream has been done like that? Neat. Never heard of that, but sure. Well, you know, he's probably safe to look at the wiki. I'm gonna take a look once we're out of this case.
What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything. Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes?
Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job! My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. I would expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. I'm going home.
Sure, it's also room temperature and somehow managed to hide like a person's worth of inflatable dough. Yeah, that too. Like, it's the room... I'll excuse all of like the space logistics because cartoon, but it's room temperature. So to me, it doesn't seem like it would be ice cream. That's why I figured it's probably some sort of dough. I don't know what kind it would be. Maybe it's mochi. Could that be it? Like some really strange mochi type thing?
What was that all about?
Eustace still has a lot to learn is all.
I saw duty bound, but I couldn't place the relevant. Oh yeah, fair enough. This game just loves its puns. I love, like, every name has to be a pun, and there's definitely a lot I haven't seen. Like, I don't know what Samson Tangaroa is supposed to be. And I've been dying to look that up too, so I'm gonna check that one out as well. Gusto, I can kind of see. I don't know, what was his first name? What was Gusto's first name? Carmelo Gusto. Like, that's probably a dessert somewhere in there. Like, Carmelo is like caramel. I don't know if Gusto really has anything to do with it. Like, duty bound is obvious. I don't know what Larry's trying to pull here. It's probably nothing. Being all fancy and artsy. Delicious Scone. That one's pretty clear, too. Verity Gavel. That one's pretty open. I don't know about Faraday, but K is like key. So that one kind of makes sense. Samson Tangaroa, I have no clue what his name is supposed to be. Probably just his last name, because the first name just sounds like a pretty typical name. Unless it means his hair. But it's not really long, it's just puffy. Artie Frost is like pretty on the nose. And then, of course, Eustace Winter. Caramel Gelato? Ooh, maybe. Faraday Box? Yeah, maybe. I'm just thinking because, like, her dad's name, I can't remember what her dad's first name was. Because he was in the previous game.
Wazzy Wazzy.
Yes?
I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That and, well, thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople.
Of course. Hey, Edgy. Looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where'd Judy and Verity go?
Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you?
Like, you didn't even hear everyone talking just around the corner of the fountain? How did... Damn, dude really got into his art.
Though I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through to us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. Quit with the glaring, yeah? Whoever did, I'm sorry. Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. Totally were. Just like your old pop. He was terrible liar too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great, then I'm coming too.
Alright, let me see this. Ace Attorney Wiki. I want to start with, Gusto. I want to know what the fuck he was making. What was his thing? Where's his, like, description? Personality, maybe? No? It's not like an appearance description? He specialized in making candy. Just generic, nondescript candy. Alright. I don't know what kind of candy that could be. But sure. Oh, his surname originates from the Latin term gustus, which means taste. That makes sense. Because his whole thing was that he couldn't taste anything. No idea what his candy is, but... Damn, Larry's a good artist. Hopes he makes bank on that. That would certainly be nice to see. I mean, he's done... Okay, every case he's been involved in has had something to do with his art. Except for case 1-4. But he was only kind of like tangentially involved in that case. But every case where he was directly involved in a main character, his art was a key part of it. Like, it was the murder weapon in 1-1. It was the picture of the bridge in, what was that, 3-4? Or 3-5? I think that was 3-4. And then now this one. I'm sure he'll come back in the future. So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him. He's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. Where does he get the ingredients? So why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we get the warden of this prison arrested? So who's in charge of this prison now? And they just let him, like, get access to a full kitchen with cakes and stuff? I mean, he's probably serving it to the warden and the guards, so I'm sure they're not complaining. Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Have I not played Apollo Trilogy yet? Nope. I'm playing these games in chronological order. So we started with Phoenix Wright 1, 2, and 3. We played the Professor Layton crossover, because that's not really canon and it kind of just fits in anywhere. And I needed something to delay time while we waited for this to come out. So that's why we're playing this now. And then we're going to play Apollo Justice after we finish this game and go through those 3 games. And then, I guess then we'll finish off with the Great Ace Attorney, since it also kind of just fits in anywhere. Gummy, what are you doing here? I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Let me guess, you volunteered to escort him because he was going to give you cake. Free food. Hello, new friends. I am Samson Tangaroa. Oh yeah, I need to look up Samson as well. What does his last name mean? I need to know what his last name is. Both of his English names are derived from religious figures. Okay, so Samson is the Bible Samson. I was kind of wondering that, but didn't really make a lot of sense. Tangaroa is a Maori god of the sea and other bodies of water, similar to his Japanese surname. Okay, because his Japanese name was Issei Tenkai. Huh. So, not really related to anything. Additionally, his surname is a play on tango, as in the dance. You know what? Sure. Alright. I'll give you that one. Unofficial name was Jeffrey Jeff Master. Yeah, I'll take his official name over the unofficial name any day. That's not a very interesting name. Jeff Master. I guess because the pun was supposed to be Chef Master. I don't know who came up with that one, but I don't know. I think they could have let that one simmer for a bit longer.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case, but in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tankaroa. Mr. Fender had explained everything to me. Sure did. Now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth?
I think it's definitely gingerbread though, because that's what gingerbread houses are made of. Sure, I could definitely see that. Like, you use gingerbread dough to make all sorts of fancy structures and stuff out of cookies. I could see someone making like a gingerbread dragon or gingerbread person. Yeah, you know what? I like that one. The whole nondescript candy thing, I don't know, maybe, does anyone know of any like air puffed candy? Like, I'm thinking hard candy maybe? Like a lollipop kind of stuff? Well, okay, I guess, actually wait, hard candy is usually, if it's handmade, it is usually spun with sticks. I have seen videos of that. But I've never seen it pumped with air. That's the part that was like getting me. It's like you don't pump it up. He had turkey basters that he was using there to pump it and fluff it up. I've never seen that, but I have seen the stick part.
Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tankaroa. I think we all know it's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? I guess I'd better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Mr. Tankaroa and Miss Bound shared? Oh boy.
The tea set? Cause didn't he like the teapot and stuff too? Like he was a big, or is it the chocolate? Maybe it's the chocolate because she's still making the chocolate after all these years. Even though that the world will probably never know his secret, instead of committed murder, he could have become a millionaire making inflatable candy houses for people to live in and eat. Dude, he could have done exactly what Miss Scone tried to do, except actually, because Miss Scone just completely cheated the contest by building a castle out of like plastic or something and slapping whipped cream all over it. He could have actually made that castle out of candy. That could have been his project during the contest. Nope, he was like, nah, murder. That sounds way better. Alright, which do you think it is? Do you think it's the prize teapot set? Or you think it's the chocolate that he showed her how to make and that she's still making after all these years? I don't know what else it could be. Nothing else really seems relevant. It's gotta be one of those two. You think it's the chocolate? I'm kind of leaning towards the chocolate because they talked about it the last time we were with Tangaroa. Alright, we'll try the chocolate.
Take that!
Those chocolates? Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet.
Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be someone waiting for you when you finally came home.
Oh yeah, she did mention that. I forgot. That was like 2 weeks ago, to be fair.
Judy? I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you.
Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure you get some later.
It should be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority to stop him now anyway.
I love this prison policy. It's like, oh yeah, you can have animals running free in the prison. You can get access to a full culinary suite of confectionery equipment. Make all the cakes you want. But heaven forbid, we pass a couple of homemade chocolates to one of the prisoners. No, can't do that. What if they have, like, razors inside or something? Wouldn't want them, like, shanking one of the other inmates.
Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, Belle? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. Sorry to take it so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice.
It's like he lives in Norway. Yeah, it's like one of those, like, Swedish or Norwegian prisons where it's just like, yeah, here's your room. It's nicely decorated. You get video games, you get a computer, you get TV, got books. Yeah, you can just go outside and roam free in the backyard if you want. Like, they're living better in prisons in, like, Europe than they are in some apartment buildings here in North America.
Don't be silly, Edie. I'm the one that should be saying sorry. Or rather... Thank you. Truly. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And, sorry for forcing you to make that final call like that. Not at all. I simply made that call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I could see that.
And now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will.
Wait a minute. Does that mean that even if you were to only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gone away scot-free?
Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. Law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. Law's always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Malzarino included, am I right? The potential for growth and change. In people and the law, huh? So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting the crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. Only one you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day.
Am I right in thinking that this game won't be the last we see of Eddie Fender? Well, maybe it is, though. Because I feel like if we had seen him in Apollo Justice in the other games, people wouldn't probably know more about him. I'm guessing most of the characters we see in this game don't appear in later games.
And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts. But for now... Thanks again for today. I mean it.
I know Emma's a thing. Yeah, I know Emma is also a thing. Because I knew that Case 5 of Game 1 was made after Apollo Justice. So I knew that she shows up at some point. And I think I also played a demo of whatever the first 3DS Phoenix Wright game was. Like, actual Phoenix Wright game, not Professor Layton. I think I played a demo of that game, and I think she was in there. But I don't remember. The fifth Phoenix Wright game. Pretty sure I played. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you?
He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me a chance to reckon with my father's final case.
Yeah, Dual Destiny, that's the one.
When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned of the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. Maybe time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not.
I'm sure that the results of, like, the consequences of this game and whatever happens by the end will probably play into the future games.
Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. May have taken 18 years, but we're finally in position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. Couldn't have done it without him. Should have seen him. When he fought for the truth gave me chills. It's like I was watching you.
Oh, does he still have Gregory's coat hanging on the rack there and hat?
Look, no, I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I'd like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon.
Okay, yeah, no, clearly Edgeworth is gonna be changing sides at some point here.
Am I gonna fight crime as a prosecutor? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose?
Alright, what time is it? Okay. Let's dip our feet into the next case. I don't mind doing that. We'll play a little bit. We'll get a little teaser. It doesn't take... Oh, I didn't mean to... Let me just continue. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed back instead of A. A turnabout forsaken. I hereby call this meeting to order. Uh-oh. Are we gonna get to go to the committee of justice? Oh shit. Oh, it's time! Purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency of Miles Edgeworth. It begins. Time for Miles's tribunal. What is this? Why are you wearing that raincoat? Is he undercover? Yo, those are some red clock hands. No, he didn't just like, whoever I was, just chuck her off the building, did they? Yo, is Kay actually dead? Well, at least he still has his office.
Will you please stop pacing, Detective? You're kicking up dust.
Why is your office dusty, Edgeworth? I thought you'd hate that.
But I swept the floor 3 times already. And sweep it the 4th. They're gonna take your badge, Mr. Edgeworth. How can you just stand there cool as a cucumber? We don't know for certain that they will. Well, it sure seems like they mean to. Judge Gavel's pretty much spelled it out. Truly, you're proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you'll be called to appear before the committee in due course.
I don't know, it looked like she just tripped on accident. I mean, it kind of does, but like, you don't scream like that when you just trip on accident. Especially when you're on the roof of like a 50-story building like that. She said that would be called to appear before the committee, nothing more.
Well, I don't care, I won't stand for it. What if we never get to work together again? I'd have thought you two would welcome the prospect, Detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less problematic.
Yeah, maybe someone who won't cut his salary. Oh wait, no, it's probably gonna be Franziska, and well, we know how that goes. Actually, wait, no, Franziska, is she even like a prosecutor at this point, or is she like a fucking FBI agent or whatever, CIA? Whatever alphabet she's working for these days.
Don't say that, sir. I never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? Become a defense attorney, I mean.
I mean, if he's a defense attorney, they'll probably still see each other often.
Because I won't let you. The prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor, you hear?
You're a defense attorney, huh? The circumstances of my father's death set me on the path to becoming a prosecutor. I've only been interested in the law to begin with, thanks to my father as well, and his work as a defense attorney. You're gonna keep fighting the crime as prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. Only one only you can answer.
Are you listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I said I won't let you do this.
Really, detective, there's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows? The next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments.
Really? So, no more instant noodles? I mean, no. What are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff.
But you thought about it, didn't you? Only for a moment.
We're busy in here. Come back later.
Comes in anyways. Hey there, is the prosecutor in? Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth?
Look, pal. Part of we're busy, don't you get? Wait outside and I'll be with you in a bit.
Oh, that's not good. Your face is red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth. Let's see.
Yeah, I said we're busy.
Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry. It's nothing an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me. It won't hurt much. What do you need an injection for a stomach ache?
No thanks, pal. I'm healthy as could be.
And who might you be? Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? Name's Neidler. Florence Neidler. I'm a nurse at Hertz Hospital. That's a really unfortunate name and a really unfortunate place to work. Well, nobody here is hurt, so are you sure you have the right room? Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling alright? Suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection now. I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please just tell us what you're doing here? Huh? Oh, sure. Well, it's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Why would you... Who? Wait right here. I'll go grab her. Okay, it's a her. I had one person in mind, and I'm so glad she said her. Oh. Thank God. Yeah, it's Needler. I realize that now. She definitely would be screaming if she fell off the building caused by tripping on accident. True. Yes, maybe she tripped off the building. Maybe she tripped off the building over the 4-foot railing and plummeted 200 feet to the ground. Maybe. If Edgeworth becomes a lawyer, we can't have him come back in future Nick Focus games. Can't we, though? Why not? I don't see why he couldn't. Like, I don't know, maybe he works with Phoenix Wright. I mean, yeah, he could go to the office that's named after him. But maybe he has a second thought, decides to work with his friend Phoenix. That'd be kind of cool. I'd be down for that.
Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from a hospital, maybe it's a patient. It's someone you could cut down in size with your trademark rapier wit.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
See, that right there, sir. When you glare at me like that, I lose the will to live. You don't want to send me to the hospital, do you?
Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him, and nothing's happened so far. He actually sounded concerned for a second there. Oh, God. Are you okay to be walking around like that? Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, thoughts? What the hell? Thoughts on what? You don't recognize me? There was something about her. Something familiar. This had your name on it.
So I thought, just maybe?
So you really did, but don't be ridiculous, detective. But look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day. It has it may.
I'm sorry, what she's trying to say is she has amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them.
Only? Lady, I'd be happy to get 8 hours of sleep. What do you mean only? How many you get as a nurse? Probably get like 30 minutes. Maybe.
Do I, though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep if you ask me. Oh, tough break. But don't you worry, alright? Since you had his card, that means you really must know Mr. Edgeworth somehow. And so just sit back and we'll take it from here. Right, sir? At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity.
Really? You will?
It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes. But that's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. Don't worry, miss, you're as good as healed. Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember? Not a miracle worker.
I don't know, I feel like everything you've done so far is a miracle.
Where do we even start? So do you remember your name, miss?
Oh. I'm sorry. She's been like this since she came in yesterday.
She only came in yesterday and she's already bandaged up and walking around like that? I have a hard time believing that. Like, you look at those injuries. You're telling me it only took a day to get that patched up.
So she's only been in the hospital for a day.
No way, that's amazing. How'd you figure it out so fast?
How did you become a nurse?
Could one person be so emotionally draining?
They found her walking around late last night and brought her in.
What?
I wanted to help her out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find.
And did you find anything apart from my business card?
Nothing with her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right?
This pin? What the heck? A Yadagarasu pin. Does that mean, but it can't be. Hey, is that really you?
Kay.
It's you, isn't it, Kay?
I'm Kay.
Come on, Kay, you really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy. That's what you always call me.
Gummy. But you're an adult. That's so rude. I don't really call you that, do I? I'm sorry. I can't believe I feel so guilty now.
What the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her. Careful, detective. We don't want her to get the wrong impression. Make it sound as if Kay isn't normally a polite or sensitive soul. I think we have different definitions of polite. Not that he's wrong exactly, but...
So, what kind of person was I before?
Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. Hey, you're bright and fun and full of energy and, oh yeah, you're a great thief.
Great thief?
There's a little more to it than that, but yes.
Speaking of giving someone the wrong impression,
Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dressers and vaults, and...
Steal? But that must be so awful for the people I took things from. Oh gosh, so sorry. I didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory as some sort of punishment.
No, that's not what I mean at all. I don't think that did her much good, sir.
That sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. You're just the kind of person like her that would wear.
Hey, that outfit.
It's what she was wearing when they found her. We had to get her changed out of it and put on hospital clothes, so that's why I have them.
There's something on this part here. Could it have been something to do with how Kay lost her memory? I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what they can figure out. Please do, detective.
Boy, they really are some thiefy clothes, huh?
What makes them thiefy? Like, is it the scarf? Is it the gloves? Goth people wear gloves. Does that make them thieves?
I'm a criminal.
You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal.
If you say so.
Perhaps you better leave it there for now.
I'm sorry. I wish I could remember who you are. How do we know each other exactly?
Well, that is... How do I put it into words? The Prosecutor Edgewood's assistant.
I am? So a prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network then?
I think she lost more than her personal memories here.
No, not quite. We last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Was a pin the only item on her person when you received her, Nurse Needler?
There were a few other things, but I doubt any of it will be much use to you.
I'll be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us?
Well, alright then. No particular order, I present...
Damn, a ninja mask. Was she at the show or something? A letter. It's addressed to Kay. Next, a ticket stub. And finally... a big flower. The kind people like to spruce up their bathrooms with, too. It's a corsage, detective. They're usually worn by women.
And that's that. So, anything useful in there?
Kinda hard to tell. Frankly, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them. I should take a closer look at each piece later when I have a chance. Mask modeled on the Jammin' Ninja's face, made of cheap plastic.
A letter Kay was carrying. It is addressed to her. Stub from a ticket granting entry to the viewing platform on top of the big building. Magenta flower made of fabric that is usually worn on the chest as a decoration, also known as a corsage.
Ugh, this is bad. How do we get Kay's memory back? We can't just let it stay like this forever. Calm down, detective. I have an idea. You do? I knew you'd come to the rescue, sir. So what is it? Look closely at the ticket stub.
Oh, it's for the viewing platform on top of the big building.
The big building? You know the place?
Everybody knows it's silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. Say if a couple holds hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever.
This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified. But it's a stub. That means she used it, right? I think it's a distinct possibility. Well, should we go see what we can find? No, just like that. The only way we can figure out how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps. But what about that thing with your committee? It's not for a little while yet. We have time.
Great, so can I leave Kay with you?
That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you, Kay?
Oh, of course not. Thank you. Alrighty then. Back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give me a holler at Hertz Hospital, okay? I can come running with a syringe or 3, whatever you might happen to be.
Yes, thank you. That we'll be needing that particular service. Now then, detective, shall we get going? You too, Kay. Yes, sir.
Yes, of course.
Well, I like the idea that we might be getting a more Gumshoe and Edgeworth-centric case again for once. I feel like Kay kind of just took over the moment she was introduced in the previous game. Yeah, big building. It even has a clock in front. Like, they're not fooling anyone with that. I guess we went from Los Angeles to London.
So according to this pamphlet, the big building is 50 stories high.
Damn, she fell from that?
It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform at top is the only part that's open to the public. Here, this one's for you, sir. They were handing them out for free in the ticket area.
How very kind of you, detective. Hey, it's a cross-section of the building and a plan of the viewing platform.
Alright, I think it's time we headed inside. Look out! Big building! It's about to fall! We gotta do something! Hey, it's that kid from the museum!
Oh, please, I beg you, stop! That's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through to him. Does he think he's a cow or something? Kinda looks like one. Although I've never seen a red cow before. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Stay calm and talk to me, kid. Cut! 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 I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie, so could you,
Yes, I thought as much. Forgive our choosing. We'll get out of your way. Detective! Oh, sorry. Really had me there for a second.
Yeah, whatevs. Hey, director guy. Can we take 5? Can't work under these conditions. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Oh, gosh. So they stopped the building from falling down? That's good.
Wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. Come along, you two. Let's make ourselves scarce.
Is that where the flower came from? Perhaps? It took them 28 minutes to get to the top floor? Or... yeah, 23 minutes maybe? I didn't pay full attention to the minute hand, but it was definitely like 10 to 2, 5 to 2, and now it's 2:18. It took them that long to get to the top of this building? What'd they take, like the stairs? One at a time? At like 20-second intervals? Elevator must have been broken. Yeah, the stairs must have been extra long. Yeah, I'm surprised we're getting to see Penny too, because like we've had some of the other characters show up from 1-3. I think in the last game, right? We didn't have Penny show up. Maybe she's gonna make a more constant appearance in this one. Whoa, get a load of that view. Feel the sun on your face.
The wind is very strong up here.
That's okay. You just stand behind me and Mr. Edgeworth here. We're both more than big enough to keep the breeze away. Speak for yourself. Well, Kay, does this place bring back any memories?
I'm not sure. Have I really been here before?
Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Kay, please, any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can use.
Alright. I don't know if this will be of any help at all, but...
Oh, that was kind of sudden.
I still can't be sure if I've even been here before. It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying.
She's probably got like recessed PTSD from whatever happened to her.
I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm so sorry.
No dice, huh?
I'm sorry. I feel so useless. I'm not supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember.
You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself. Listen, sir. Maybe it's just once try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her. Nobody asked for your opinion, detective.
You know, I like this because it's not often that, like, I mean, amnesia is a common trope and all that, but usually when amnesia is involved, everyone involved is clueless. Like, you have the amnesiac person, and they go and meet some new people that they've never seen before, so of course the new people are also clueless. But I don't feel like, at least of everything I've ever seen, it's that common for an amnesiac person to immediately encounter people that they know and be like, yeah, I know who you are. Let's go figure out how you lost all your memories, because I know exactly who you are. And I want to help you. I feel like this specific scenario isn't that common. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe someone can name some others that they've heard of.
Hold it!
But I can't think of anything like this.
Well, this stick-it stub says otherwise.
But I don't remember. I don't remember coming here at all. I can't even imagine wanting to come here.
Hold it!
See, like, now she's scared of heights, when I feel like before she was completely fearless about climbing over everything.
Kay used to love places like this, though.
But am I really her? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here.
Maybe that's because she never fell before.
What if an old person fell, or a child, or Oh, it doesn't bear thinking about.
There's a fence all around us and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry.
If you say so.
Hold it!
If nothing is coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all?
Let's see. Ah, cherry blossoms.
Go on.
I was standing under the cherry tree. Yes, I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining, I remember now. And there was a red something.
So it was raining, she was underneath a cherry tree, and she saw something red from where she stood. But what?
Was it something I said?
No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we can explore it further.
Hold it!
This something red. Can you tell me any more about it?
I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say.
Can we see a nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps?
Stand. A red concession stand. Yes, I think that was it. Somebody was walking towards me from beyond it.
And then what happened?
And, I'm sorry.
That's alright. You could just add what you told us to your testimony.
Hold it!
The stand in question is the one behind you, correct?
That's right. I remember the red color, and the person walking toward me from beyond it. I saw it all from under the cherry tree.
Tell me something. This person you keep mentioning, could you not see their face, or did you simply not know who they were?
I'm sorry. I'm just not sure.
So all we have to go on is a person walking toward her from beyond the concession stand, and the fact that she saw this from beneath the cherry tree.
Hold it!
It doesn't have to be related to how you lost your memory, but if anything floats up at all, just say it.
Really? Well, let's see. Oh, the cotton candy from that stand there. I don't know why, but it just came to me.
If you're hungry, you only have to say, "You want the cotton candy? You got it. My treat." He probably doesn't have the money.
Thank you. It would make my day.
To get something out of her somehow. Maybe if I press her a little, I can shake something loose. Alright, let's see. There was someone walking toward me from beyond the concession stand.
Someone walking toward her. Maybe the letter? Maybe they were to deliver the letter? Dear Kay, don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. Rosie. Huh. What's all in here? Oh, not really a whole lot. Yes. Indeed a tree and the stand, okay. I'm sure that's going to be a very pivotal piece of evidence at some point. Let's try the letter?
Objection!
No? Okay. Anything with this letter? Man in red, he has these deep, deep lines in his brow, and he's putting a lot of pressure on me. I've never seen that guy before. Very suspicious, though. I'll have to keep an eye out for him. Okay, when we press this, did we get something else instead? I feel like this one switched a couple of times. Maybe not. Because she keeps talking about a red person in red, or someone coming toward her, but... The fact that she saw us beneath the cherry tree. Okay. So what would that mean? Do we present the mask?
Objection!
No? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like the mask or maybe whoever delivered the letter was coming towards her, but... So I up. Someone walking toward me from beyond the concession stand. Wait! That's impossible. Hang on.
Objection!
There's a contradiction in this testimony. Look, I get you lost your memory, but come on. I didn't realize this until just now. I was like making jokes earlier about, oh yeah, the pamphlet's gonna be real important in the future. Wasn't expecting to be this soon. You say that you saw someone over there beyond the stand, and that they were walking toward you?
Yes, I can see them getting closer.
Are you sure it wasn't a ghost?
No, it was a person, I'm sure of it.
Well, from where were standing, anyone you saw on the other side of the concession stand would have had to have been floating in midair, hundreds of feet above the ground. So how on earth could it have been a person?
I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody read the stand? Somebody read, and they were on the other side. They're walking toward me, getting closer and closer. And then they...
Oh god, she's broken.
Okay, what's the matter?
Alright, we're here. Whatever it is again, hurt you.
I was pushed and I fell. A person in a red raincoat.
A person in a red raincoat who could walk on air? And who supposedly pushed her off the building? She would not have survived that fall. I don't care who you are. I don't care if this is the Phoenix Wright world where like a coat can just magically lift up and over a statue. And a monkey can chuck around a 100-pound statue. And some guy can just pull it up by a thread while in a wheelchair. I don't care if we're in that world. You're not falling 200 feet to the ground and walking away from it. That's not happening. None of this makes any sense. Not the least of which nobody could fall from this height and survive. Kay remembers a person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. They would have had to also like lift her up and over to push her off the building. Also, what's with that trap door there? Attention everyone, please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Gumshoe. Mind filling me in? Yes, sir. A body's been discovered in this building, sir. There it is. The murder. Gotta have at least one of them.
A body?
Can we not just have, like, one case where a murder just definitively never happens? And, like, we get some sort of other crime? Like, I get that murder is an easy scenario for a mystery story, but can we not have just one? Like, go look at, like, Nancy Drew, the Hardy Boys. 50+ books each. Every single one of them is not a murder. Some of them are, but some of them aren't. You could definitely do it. I'm sure there's lots of, like, Sherlock Holmes stories that aren't murders. We had one that was almost not a murder in, like, what was it, Game 3? Like, the first case? That was almost not a murder. Ended up being a murder. It was a fun twist, though. I'll excuse that one. There's always got to be a murder. Not sure. We're still working on it. But what we do know is that the victim is a young woman. And her name is Kay. Well, that's funny. What the blazing... Well... Yeah, first half of 3-2. I'll forgive that one because that was a fun twist. They really got me with that twist. Can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that it ended up being a murder mystery in the end. It's not like I'm mad. I'm not upset. But it's just, I'm disappointed that it's always got to be a murder. I am going to stop it here, though. That is where we will end. I'm sorry. That is one hell of a cliffhanger to stop on. But it's getting kind of late, and I don't know if I'm going to be awake enough to really digest a mystery game at this point. Well, I mean, I guess that's the thing, though, right? Like, what other kinds of mysteries can you do? I think the theft that was the start of 3-2 was a good one. I think you can do that very well. I think a heist can make a great mystery story. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, what other kind of crimes would be interesting enough, though? I guess that's why they do murder, because murder is interesting for this kind of game. But like, okay, murder, theft, maybe I don't know, vandalism. That's kind of plain, though. Okay, you know what? I don't know. Maybe someone can think of like another really interesting type of crime that you could do. Human trafficking. Okay, that's a little dark for a Phoenix Wright game, but that could work. Sure. Oh, you know what? Okay, LA Noire does a good job. LA Noire only has like a handful of murder cases. Every other one is like, this guy was, there's arson cases. There's that whole mafia bit. I never finished the game, but I played a lot of it, and not all of those cases were murders. Not everyone died. There's a couple of thefts in that one. So, yeah, okay, LA Noire exists. You could definitely do that there. Now, mind you, LA Noire is M-rated. It's definitely darker, so they have a little more room to work with. Phoenix Wright doesn't go that far. So this person may not be K, or the body isn't K. Well, we could definitely say for sure she isn't okay, regardless of the evidence here. Holy shit, though. Man, and I thought the last case was going to be good. What the hell is this? And now I guess we're jumping to the tribunal. So I guess we're starting with that next time. I see why people like Game 2 more than Game 1. I've heard people say Game 1 kind of sucks. I like Game 1. I think the final case of Game 1 was very long. But it was also the final case, so I didn't really think too much of it. But looking back, holy shit was that drawn out. I don't think it needed to be that long. But this game has definitely been a lot better. It's had more interesting cases. But Game 1 was fine. I'm excited to finish whatever this case is, though. So we have Amnesiac, maybe or maybe not K. A possibly dead, maybe or maybe not K. Someone's a doppelganger here. We don't know who yet. And then, of course, like, Edgeworth might lose his badge for good. And this probably... whatever is going to happen after Case 5 is probably going to, like, set up something that happens in... well, I guess it would be, what, Dual Destinies? Would it be Dual Destinies that would be the game that takes place... that came out after this game? Because, I mean, Apollo Justice was, like, what, 2007? And then they made these two games. And then I think they did Dual Destinies. So Apollo Justice isn't going to acknowledge anything here. But I would imagine that Dual Destinies is going to respect whatever happened in these games. Oh yeah, Floating Body too. Because apparently there was someone beyond the thing. Now that we know that Kay may or may not be dead, and this person may or may not be an imposter, I'm almost wondering if she's just lying about that and made it up. What if she's one of the actors? What if, crazy theory here, since they were clearly filming a movie, what if we just got roped into a movie, and this is all an elaborate ruse? And this is just all part of the film. And we're not actually investigating a murder trial here. This is just part of the plot of the movie, and Edgeworth just doesn't know. I don't know how legal that is. That would be one hell of a prank. Definitely the kind of thing you'd see on Just for Laughs. But what if it was? What if none of this was real? That'd be kind of fun. I would be okay with that twist. That would be actually a really good twist. Just turns out, yeah, this is all part of the movie. Good job. Great job, Edgeworth. You played the part well. Your check's in the mail. All right, everyone go home. Wrap it up. That's scene. Okay, that'll be it for today. Thanks for all coming by. I will be back tomorrow with your weekly lingo session, where we'll finish up the library level. Probably even play the pumpkin patch, I would imagine, because I don't think library is very long. And I don't know if there'll be Minecraft this week. I'm still not sure. If it is Thursday, it'll probably be a daytime stream, but I think I'll be recording a separate video Thursday, because I need to record a Final Fantasy 14 video before I leave this week. So that might be either tomorrow or Thursday that I get a chance to record that. So I'm not sure if there will be a Minecraft stream this week. I'd like there to be one, but but I can't guarantee it. But Lingo for sure will happen. Yeah, Truman reality show. There you go. This chick is an actor who asked Kay for advice on a role. See? Lots of options here. Either the dead one or the amnesiac. Yeah, maybe Kay's just playing an amnesiac because she remembers everything. But maybe like the whole person floating might have gone a little too far. It depends what they're going for in this movie. I don't know. I guess we'll find out what the plot of this film is next time. Whether or not Edgeworth is involved, who knows? But yeah, that'll definitely be it for today. So have a good night, everyone, and I will see you next time.